Okay, I think we are back. Mostly, possibly. Thanks for returning, guys. I always lose a lot of people that never come back, but I imagine a lot of those people just kind of fell asleep with their phones on. And I should be in bed too. I was so sleepy at 9, and I was going to go to bed early, and I look back at the clock, and it's 2. Like, how does this happen? But getting real jazzed about those night drops, those night helicopter drops. I think I lost my sleepiness when they said we need to do structure protection and help the situation. As the fire jumped earlier this evening on to the other side of the Consumnes River on the south side. They're hitting it with helicopters, but I haven't heard a peep out of the Caldor fire chat in a long time. They'll probably start talking again. Looks like the lead plane's coming out again to look at the situation. But no news is great news on a fire. Hey, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. But I'm going to keep it on the darker screens, as dark as possible, because this is rocking my eyes. Okay. Dextron, to go to bed or not to go to bed is the question. Now, I'm sleepy again. Now, I am going to take a moment to eat my s'mores. I never did, because I was nonstop talking, because they weren't talking, but I'm just going to type this. Just going to type. Listening to Caldor fire. There will be long periods of silence. There. As is typical. Just heard something interesting on ABC 10. That homeowner in Taylorsville, he was arrested for setting fires on his property and resisting arrest. Really now. So I have to explain that. The person with the bonfire here on the Caldor a couple hours ago, who's now going to be in super trouble. There's always people who use the quiet of the night, or they see the wind die down and they go, you know what, the best way to protect my property right now is to rake and burn real quick. Nobody will notice. I'll protect my own home. And a lot of people think that those are arsonists, because the person will light that fire around their own property, look both ways, and then like skedaddle, right? I don't know. I didn't have anything to do with that. Wow. Must have been a spot fire over by my property. You know, it's illegal to do that in burn ban. But I think that happened a lot in Clackamas County, Oregon, as the river fire reached closer and closer towards people who hadn't had the opportunity to do their scraping and raking. And we had all these crazy rumors of arsonists running around that county, and it was just, I think, mostly worried homeowners in desperation making that terrible decision. And I don't doubt a lot of that crap is happening here too. Yeah, it's civilians trying to do their own backfiring, which is ridiculously reckless. I mean, backfiring is done when they set up really elaborate they dig little trenches around it to make sure things like pine cones can't roll away in the wind. They're caught in a ditch, kind of like a not ping pong, but pinball game. You know how the pinball will get stuck in the outer thing, you know? They have engines full of water ready to squirt things if anything goes wrong. And they do tests, and they consult with meteorologists at the very moment before they do it. They don't say, can we get approval for the night? Sure. And they go do it throughout the night. No. It's like this. It's 2:15 in the morning. Can we have approval? Yes. And then they do it for one little section. It's now 2:34 at night. Do we have approval? No. Wind's about to change. Oh, okay. Like, it changes from moment to moment. Deb Joes, thank you for what you have done for so many. Thank you guys for being here and helping me spread the word. Hitting the like button and sub helps me trend to actually reach people looking for the info. And the most important thing that you can do is just share the link to my channel with people who don't ever really use YouTube or know where to get this info with. I became viral in the Bay Area doing the last fire because somebody shared my link to, some Bay Area news forum or something. And all of a sudden I had 18 people, and then I looked back and it said 18,000. I was like, YouTube is funny. What a glitch. That's a glitch. And then I noticed chat flying by at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I'm like, wait, what? So just spread it. Just spread it. That's the best way to help the situation. A lot of people are coming in here saying, do you remember the fires last year? And I'm like, you're not aware that I was here last year? Bobo T. Baggins. Okay. I don't blame God. I think God is just shaking his head at man's folly. This power company's out of control. God doesn't, I'm sure God works in mysterious ways, but I'm sure that if God was like wanting to do things, it wouldn't be this thought process. I think I'll touch all the people that are evil CEOs of this corporation and then make them do evil for decades on end, such as give people cancer and poison well water and cover it up Flint, Michigan style. And then I think I'll make that corporation want to have a policy where they let their lines fail before replacement to get maximum use out of it before they have to replace them, with this reckless idea that, well, it probably won't start fires if the live power lines go down because they'll probably fail during a storm, and it's probably going to be water from rain that would put those out. That was revealed in their corporate emails, according to the criminal investigation into the company. And I don't think God would set this up so that they would neglect to maintain trimming vegetation as they're legally obligated to do from their lines, and allow trees to grow up underneath their lines that are now 35 years old when that's illegal, that fall over on their lines and lean on their equipment all the time. I really doubt God would work in that way. Just, I'm not a priest. I'm not a priest, but I'm pretty sure that's not God. That's human evil. Putting profits before people, the same old corporate story that we hear time and time again. Over 1,500 California fires started by PG&E in the past 6 years. That's an average of one a day. They start a lot more fires than God in this region. And in places where there's more regulation and no corruption, this doesn't occur, even though there's really dry conditions. This doesn't occur even in the southern, other parts of California where they have better safety culture in other smaller power companies. Yeah, but people can believe what they want. But what I believe is that we could work together for change, and we would have a lot different outcomes. The ones started by nature, the lightning strike fires that we're normally equipped to handle. A lot of those can be stopped earlier and sooner if the power company fires don't start. Every single year that I do this, there's a bunch of natural start fires, and then they get ignored because they're on the ones that were preventable like this. I lost my family friend to this corporate greed, not to God. I nearly lost my brother to this corporate greed, this corporation, not to God. And they can be stopped, just like somebody else committing manslaughter. They pled guilty to manslaughter. They can be stopped. This is a good place to start, because we don't need extra fires in this climate. We can't afford them. We absolutely cannot afford them. We actually don't have the money, resources, or even ability to stop those. My voice is very relaxing, and I should do audiobooks. Really? I have delayed making video content because I'm so dissatisfied with my voice. You know what I want to sound like? But thank you for the compliment. I want to sound like... Hey, did I just close my own stream? No! Misclicking mouse. No! Okay. Sorry guys, I did it again. Let me go back and open the chat window. I'm so glad I went and bought a mouse today. I got the very last one. How do I get back to my own live stream after I close the window? Oh, noob. No, seriously, how do I get back to that page?
Caldor, night operations. AirTech 17 Victor on air-to-ground command.
See, I have a professional setup here. I guess I hit the go live button again. Not that I ever wasn't live, was I? Did I drop out of there? I hope I didn't, guys. You misclick with the rogue mouse?
Night operations 17 Victor, how do you copy air-to-ground command?
Did I cut off?
Good evening, just up overhead of your incident. And what can we do for you tonight?
We're hearing one side of a conversation. But the helicopters are back. I think they're coming back. No, maybe not. Wait. What the heck is that? That is a fancy helicopter. Wasn't that in Jurassic Park? Or Jurassic World, the horrifying movie nobody wanted? Darn, it's not our Chinooks. Dang, there appears to be nothing over the fire right now, but they were going to refuel.
Night operations 17 Victor, what's your location? We'll try to get over there and see if we can get you. It's real scratchy on our end.
Well, that's a little bit of a flare-up. Now, how did I kill the clock? I never left good. Apparently, you can keep streaming even if you close down your own streaming window. All right. Let me figure out how to put the clock back. It's grayed out. Yay! All right. That's it, mouse. I'm replacing you. I went and got the new one today, but I didn't want to unplug the old one and plug in the new one just in case it would disrupt things. So, you know what I want to sound like is like David Attenborough or somebody. You know, somebody authoritative. You will listen to what I'm saying because I have an authoritative voice on this subject. Believe me, I am a trustworthy source because I'm so authoritative. But I don't sound like that. I sound like a 12-year-old boy or something, but oh well. That's all right. Tracy J. Butler, can't believe you guys only have one energy provider. Yep. Over here in the UK, we have so many competing for you. Yeah. See, it's not really part of capitalism. It's a corruption to have monopolies, but it's easy to blame PG&E. What do you mean blame them? I don't blame them. I blame us for being asleep and not demanding legislative action. It's not blame. They actually are responsible, and they pled guilty to manslaughter of more than 90 people. They even admit it, that they do it. And the reason they keep doing it is the corrupt governors signed legislation to limit the amount of money they pay victims or they would go bankrupt. So all the victims here, a lot of those Paradise victims here are still homeless living at their river bottoms because they never got their house replaced by the company that burned it down. They already admitted that. They plead guilty to manslaughter with regularity. Did you know they gave people cancer and lied about it? Covered it up and poisoned well waters with their electrical fluid and just covered it up for years until people got rare cancers and entire families were dying? In the 70s? Did you hear about that too? Did you hear about how they failed to maintain their pipelines and they blew up San Bruno? You ever see that either? San Bruno explosion? And the people, the first responders, trying to, they leveled neighborhood, blew it up. We're trying to respond to the scene. Sorry if you guys are fire sensitive, please look away. They just sort of let their pipes rot. The thing is that we can't put them in handcuffs, and they don't even take a monetary loss, the people at the top, because the biggest fine they could get, like the Butte County sheriffs wanted to put handcuffs on the CEOs and such who just shrug as they keep starting fires year after year after year, like the one that killed my friend and nearly killed my brother. The worst they could do, the district attorney, is give them a $10,000 fine. How do you think that affects multimillionaires who have their own planes? They make more than $10,000 an hour. So when they tried to shut off this pipeline and stuff, they had such lax record keeping, they didn't even know exactly where it was and how to turn it off, and it was pretty dang awful. Somebody's calling me in the middle of the night. Oh, from Pennsylvania. I bet they want me to upgrade my car insurance. But fires aside, never mind that they're helping kill the planet with their CO2 emissions. They're emitting more CO2 than all of the industry of California combined, by my reckoning. Did you ever look at this? I mean, do you actually care about the planet if you don't care about people? Like, I just told you my brother died and that seemed to not faze you, but that's okay. If you care about the planet more, then maybe I can reach you this way. Have you ever turned on the CO2 button and saw the kind of pollution that their Dixie Fire and such is causing? It was that red. It's more pollution than the rest of the nation's industry. And they started the Dixie Fire and the Fly Fire too. They already admitted that. Their equipment did. It's not blame. This is the facts only resource on the fire. See, if we blame them, we're helpless victims. But if we blame ourselves and say, well, not blame ourselves, but take responsibility that we never demanded change enough to change things, such as simple laws. This would all stop in a day, like that. If a corporation, if the people at the top could be arrested and charged with manslaughter in the deaths of 84 people and actually do hard prison time like you and I would if we caused the deaths of 84 people. Yeah, and the Dixie was just as bad. It was actually way worse. This is worse. So a lot of people like come in here and they say, well, we just have to cut carbon instead. And I'm like, do you see this? Do you care about the planet or not? Do you want to stop this murdering company, murdering not only people, wildlife, the landscape? Do you care about the California condors that had burned alive in their nests? That's an endangered species. We can't really get them back. There's many others. You know, the lightning complex out here is going unstaffed at the monument in McFarland and the river complex. That's all spotted owl habitat that's being burned up because there's too many people on the Dixie. All of our firefighters are on the Dixie mainly to put a stop to it. Tahoe's going to burn up and all that pristine, rugged wilderness because there's too many people on the Dixie. We actually ran out of firefighters. We don't have enough firefighters any longer. There's a lot of people who like hate people, and instead of like trying to get people to like people, if they only care about the planet, then hell, you know, prove it. Prove you care about it. Do you want a corporation running around doing this to the planet? You know, you just might want to think about it that way. It is not, it's the CO2, not the power company. It's both. It's not an either or thing. This power company, CO2, whatever you want to believe about global warming, this is accelerating global warming. The deforestation, where are the trees anymore that are going to turn all the CO2 into oxygen? It's going to take 40 years for much of California's forests to burn, to grow back that have burned. Now look at California's recent fire history. Just what part of it hasn't burned up yet? Much of this is PG&E's doing. Not joking. Zog Fire, Cascade Fire, Dixie Fire, Fly Fire. You know, some say the Tubbs Fire, which they probably had a hand in, although there's a controversial ruling on that one. They started 22 out of 26, was it, of California's deadliest, most environmentally destructive fires. So you go ahead and argue that we could ignore PG&E's wrongdoing, but you will not convince anybody here who maybe lost a home once to them, a home twice. Some people have lost more than 3 homes after they relocate and have another fire destroy their homes. So that's all I have to say about that. I usually just research yourself and go down the rabbit hole and see how much damage they've done. So error: YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, and as such, I'm getting that. Do you guys have buffering? I hope not. All we have to do is one little law. Corporate CEOs can go to jail when they make decisions recklessly that kill people with reckless endangerment, negligent homicide, and manslaughter, which they've been charged with. They pled guilty to the manslaughter. And it's just the wrong dialogue. I'm so disappointed in environmental circles that think that we're trying to deny global warming or something by saying that PG&E starts fires. Wake up. Wake up. This company's causing global warming with their emissions. You get it? With the deforestation, you get it? It's both. We can't have this. We cannot have this happen in this climate now. It's different. Nobody's denying crap. Who thinks it's a good idea to have a power company start a fire once a day on average? And guess what that average thing means? It means they start multiple fires on the same day in red flag conditions. That's usually when it happens. But on average, it's once a day. But they actually caused like 4 fires on the same night. and they get bigger because their crews can't respond to all of them. The same night that Loma Rica and my friend was burning to death alive in his house, and Bangor and Loma Rica, those are two different separate fires over there that became the Cascade Fire. There's others happening in Santa Rosa and such at the same time. If you think we can have that and afford that in this climate, don't know what to say to you. I had a bunch of weird Twitter replies. It's not the power company, it's global warming, end of story. And I was just like, are you a simpleton? Okay. Simple answers for simple people. It's a complicated issue, everything from invasive species that promote fire to mismanagement to crumbling infrastructure to stupid ideas about how to fight fire that don't apply to this new ever-changing climate situation, to lack of funding, to COVID, to not paying them even the living wage so that fewer people sign up and there's a lack of manpower, from a lack of money and funding for their equipment, for a lack of technology and research grant money going to firefighting technology, to a lot of the old-timers retiring. Old-timers retiring and not enough new people to fill the shoes because it's not as an appealing job anymore. Because, well, the wages and stuff aren't there. A lot of the stuff we can fix. And the infrastructure bill goes a long way. It has bipartisan support, and that's, by God, the way we're going to do this. You just tried to call me? Oh, was that you? I thought it was somebody trying to call me with the fire. I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm trying to go to sleep. But we have nighttime drops, mate. Nighttime drops. Do you need me to call you, Mr. Bruno? This has been fascinating. This has been keeping me awake. We've seen Double Chinook on Action Nighttime on the Caldor. Pretty sweet. But anyway, every once in a while somebody comes in here and says, don't blame the power company. And it's like, you know what? If somebody just lit your house on fire and you lost it and some of your family members are dead and somebody came by and said, you know what? Don't blame that arsonist. It's global warming. How the hell would you feel? I don't allow people to taunt the victims in here. We'll educate, but we won't tolerate too much of that crap. They come in here all the time doing it. But I give the introduction. Now go seek out the information. If you truly are an open-minded person, go and investigate and find out how deep this goes. Just find out how deep that goes. Now, there's nothing being said on the Caldor fire at all. We've been playing the radio. We've been playing the radio for a bit, and there's absolutely nothing on it. And the helicopters have not launched again. And let's see here. I'm trying to figure out if we should switch to like Dixie Fire chatter or something that would have radio throughout the night so we could monitor at least one of the fires. All right. I'll call you back. Hang on a second, guys. Be right back. I'm too afraid to dial somebody at 2 in the morning, because what if it was okay they called me, but if I call back, it rings really loud and like wakes somebody, So trying to figure out if I should do that. Oh wait, here we go. Hang on.
Division Delta, Air Attack 17 Victor on air to ground command. Yeah, good evening. I've got you doing a firing operation. It looks like next to Jenkinson Lake, correct? Copy, and your plan is to bring along the dozer line where? copy, and this is Air Attack 17 Victor. I'm up not Helco. Just trying to get an idea of what the firing operation is, and we'll keep an eye on your line, make sure it doesn't jump or anything. Go ahead. Yeah, I believe so. It looks like you're near Jenkinson Dip, and you're just bringing it down Sly Park to the south. Copy, and I got what you're talking about there. We'll keep an eye, and we'll be up on command if you need us. Air to ground command. I copy that, thanks.
Air Attack Branch 30, command.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could fly over Division Tango and Union, starting at the Morbid Immigrant Trail, going down into Pi Pi Valley. Just check that line. We have it on staff tonight.
Yeah, we're making our way around the fire right now. We're going to tie in with Alpha and their firing operation, then we'll check out Uniform Tango. I'll let you know.
Copy. Thanks, sir.
Division Alpha Air Attack. Yeah, I'm over your division and seeing what your needs are, if we can help you out. Copy. You were a little audible, but you completed the firing operation. You're patrolling around structures. You want us to check north of Grizzly Flat for you. Okay, copy. And Grizzly Flat comes all the way down into drop point 3, is that correct? I copy, and we'll look to see if anything's north of Grizzly Flat. Okay, we'll be up for a while. If anything comes up, let me know. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Copy. Branch 30, your attack.
Branch 30.
Okay, I got Mormon Immigrant, and then I have Pi Creek. Is that where you're talking about? It looks like all of Branch 20.
Yeah, Branch 20 moving down into Branch 30 there at Pi.
Copy, and you said it was unstaffed?
Yeah, it's affirmative.
Alright, do you have a cell service or down there?
Yeah, affirmative.
All right, give me your email. We'll shoot a map to you. You'll see the old perimeter and then what the heat signatures are off that. That will help you out quite a bit, I'm sure.
A copy email is tim.richter, R-I-C-H-T-E-R, at fire.ca.gov.
All right, we'll send it to you in a bit. Let me know when you get it.
Copy.
Davidson 55 out of the vehicle.
Davidson 55.
Westbound 50, just past wine country. Standby 28, Silver Tundra unknown. And 28 is 80886 Edwardton. Division Juliet, air attack. Turn it around to 755.
David 10-4.
Division Juliet, air attack on your ground command. Branch 15, air attack, air to ground command. David 10-8.
10-4. David 10-8.
That works. Night Operations, air attack on air-to-ground command. Night Operations, air attack, air-to-ground command. Division Juliet, air attack, air-to-ground command. Branch 10, air attack, go ahead. That makes sense now. I got you, I got info. Your spot is on the north side of 50. Just mapped at about 460. Copy up ahead of north side of it. For you. And I just wanted to let you know, since Juliet's not staffed, there is a spot, actually two spots out in front of the fire. I can get coordinates to you guys if you need it. Okay, for the first one, it's in section 25 in the northwest corner. It's 3846.63 by 120.32. It's right in between roads I and 02 Alpha and 2 Whiskey. Yeah, and it's putting it about almost 2 miles in front of the fire. Copy, you ready to copy the second? Northeast corner of section 3, right off of road N23 Delta, 3845.68 by 12010.77.
Air attack, branch 30, email received.
Okay, copy that. Branch 10 air attack. If you want a map as well, we can send it to you. Just need your email. Copy. Let me know when you get it, and you'll be able to zoom in and see those spots there in yellow. Air attack. You might not see them that well, those spots, they're going to show up in gray.
Okay, I hope you guys were as mesmerized with the time lapses as I was. This is what I like to do at the end of the day, and just figure out what was the last 12 hours like in the various cams. And some of this is just, well, it makes you speechless. But sorry about that. We are so grateful to have real firefighters and the retired and volunteers in and out of chat. And then JV just called, and he is a retired fire chief, and he told me a lot of things about what I wanted to know regarding everything from little questions to, so how do you think this is going to play out? And I think my big question for him will be, how would you defend Tahoe? I don't know if he's familiar with that area, but I think that's the question on everybody's mind, is they really should explain that better. And I'm hoping that tomorrow's Caldor meeting, maybe they'll come out and say it, because, well, the wind is generally blowing that direction, and they can either try to steer it around Tahoe, put lines in front of Tahoe and hope that they hold, or they could strategically structure defend Tahoe as it went around most of the structures and communities, or they could do a hybrid of all of the above, or they could light fires around Tahoe so that they have a better chance of defending it, putting out spots as it lands on it. Remember, this is down in Kern County, this one. And I hope Woodford Heights makes it through the night. We've been watching it, so I stayed awake. When you see fire approaching an actual town, that's nothing quite shocks you awake than that. But I'm so grateful, and if you're still watching, JV, thank you. He told me about branch divisions and a little bit about how that works. And I got a little bit of reading to do. I know more about behavior by far than, how the boots on the grounds organize themselves, kind of army style. But the basic sentiment was echoed that they need a lot more help. They need to be getting equipment and apparatus from just everywhere else and throw it at the Caldor to even make a dent in this, and to be able to defend as many structures are at risk. I mean, there's just so many. 17,000 structures at risk now? Just pretty tremendous. And the whole vaguely pointing at a map thing and saying we're going to put lines here for about 15 seconds on those meetings. I don't know about you, but I want to know a hell of a lot more.
Go ahead.
So let's look and see is there any aircraft still? Any aircraft still? Okay.
Copy that. We're going to be up with you. If anything else comes up, just let me know. I'll be here for quite a bit longer.
But he's also telling me get your rest, and that's true. If I want to come back day after day, I can't be watching these late into the night. And a lot of activity happens in the morning and early afternoon.
That sounds good. Perfect. Thanks.
I have a propensity to stay up all night with worries or just focusing on something and not seeing the clock. So I have to break that habit and make myself go to sleep. It's a good one for us. So how do you guys feel about it, mods? Do we have enough people to man the fort at night, or should we? Should I just restart the stream in the early afternoon? I don't want to leave you guys, hanging. Am I hyped up from the s'mores? I haven't even eaten them yet. That's the way I forget about stuff. Some new questions, some new screen to look at. I look down and I have extremely cold food. Logan Rhino. Is that how we say your name? Welcome, by the way. I have read chat for a bit. Going up there. Yeah. Going up to more chat. Ridley Flats night drops. Yeah. Grizzly. Gridley is different. Don't freak out the people in Sutter County now. Let's look at the Shirley Peak cams. Now, we thought these cameras might die yesterday, but they lived. The fire's still active in the area. Yeah, hitting the thumbs up button helps me trend and more people find the stream. Thank you for reminding people. I need to put the charity link up, at least the ones that I found so far. Let's see here. That has to go up every day. Boing. Copy paste. Enter. Now the pinned post at the top is how people can donate to the official sources of Dixie and Caldor, and I need to find the official sources for the others. I just haven't found them. It's harder to find, and I'll try to figure out how to cram those into the description of the video, but I'm at the 5,000 character limit for the video description. But almost everything you need to track these fires is in a link in the description. I spent a long time on it. I figure it will help a lot of people. So do look at it. Taylor Matthews, someone said Tahoe's the worst place for a major fire, and they have been concurred for a while. Well, just the high Sierras. And technically, where the Dixie Fire is, it's straddling into the Cascades. And as geologists will point out the difference between the Cascades and the Sierras. The Cascades and the Sierras, but you know what? I don't see a difference functionally for the average person. You have your high deserts all the way through Washington here, and occasionally those winds go that way and cause havoc. California is worse because you have a higher elevation and a plunge for winds to pick up speed. These are not as tall at all, up in Oregon and such. But it's bad. It's all bad in the high rugged peaks of the Cascades/Sierras. It's one of the worst places in the world to fight a fire. For reasons I keep explaining, and I want to actually go to bed. So, does anybody have a last call round of questions? I'm asking mods, are you up to holding down the fort tonight? Because there's nothing. Like, nobody is even talking about the Caldor fire. I think I should look up the Broadcastify Dixie to even have something playing on the radio. Broadcastify Dixie Fire. I mean, something has to be playing through the night. Switch to that for the moment. I don't hear anything on the Dixie either. Quiet night. That's what we like. Another midnight miracle where there's a lot less nighttime activity than in forecast. We should never confuse luck with anything else. Well, this is the 11th straight night of the midnight miracle almost now. And we're going to have a drier, warmer week. But then what's the week afterwards going to be like? We've got a relatively mild week in the forecast. Sort of. But I don't trust fire weather forecast beyond 2 days for sure. Ms. Music, you're going to bed? Okay. Is anybody else though ready to hold down the fort? Because if we don't have enough mods, I'm not going to make a single person stay awake for 12 hours and babysit the channel. That would be not good. So, quiet nights. There's very few visitors here anyway. Going up to that's current view of Omo Ranch. I should eat these snores. Hey Harley, hey, what's up? Nathan Danner, hello. Okay, Dixie Feed is alive. It appears And we have the Hamilton Mountain 1 cams back. It appears that Woodford Heights might survive the night, which seems to be a lucky break from where the wind direction was supposed to go. Trying to go back up into the chat. Yeah, sorry, Heather. I was on the phone when I just went through the time lapse of everything. Somebody had a question, can we drop salt water on fires? No. You can't save a forest by killing it. Salt doesn't come out of the soil. It just builds up in it over time. So you can't. You'd completely poison the soil and create a desert. Deserts have a lot of wildfires. That was a question hours ago, but I thought somebody was kind of reopening the question. The answer is just a flat no. And by the way, water isn't really dropped on big fires. It doesn't matter. It's the incredible drying effect and the heat and the low humidity that these fires create. They would have to get so low, and they do. I mean, they only get a couple 100 feet above the fire before they pull up as it goes whoop whoop terrain. They practically scrape the belly on treetops when they do that. But it's a spray. I mean, water dissipates. It's like emptying a bucket of water from the top of a 10-story building. It's not going to all land in one spot. It just spreads out in a thin line. The same effect of dribbling the bucket as you walk 20 feet really slowly down the sidewalk in a little crack, you know. But a lot of it vaporizes in that heat. And a lot of it's a spray and mist that may land on vegetation, and with such a mist, the heat from the nearby fire dries it off in just a matter of seconds. Water drops are like trying to put out a blazing kitchen fire with a spray bottle. That just doesn't work. Water is for strategic slamming of little spot fires when they're like 10 by 10, 20 by 20 in size and not much bigger. When you're coming over a road and you're helping firefighters defend a road, right as the ember lands, I mean, those helicopters are looking around real quickly. They see an ember land, and there's like a 10 by 10 area, like a walk-in closet-sized fire, and they'll hit that with water. They'll see fires threatening a house. They'll hit that with water to, extinguish it in those little areas. But that's why retardant is used in the big tankers. The retardant is mixed with soil and dye and stuff. And even that can dry out and become ineffective, but it's a speed bump. It makes vegetation and stuff less likely to catch, so that if spots land on it, they're much less likely to start a fire. And it allows crews time to get around to it and arrive and put out spots, with engines on the road, or to just make lines or retreat or whatever they have to do. Because if you can speed bump a fire, usually they'll die down at night, and then they can come approach when it's safe, build lines, beat it back, That's the whole point of aircraft, but it's not humanly possible to put out a large fire with water from above. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. The center of these firestorms are fire tornadoes that are almost half a mile reaching into the sky, so that don't work. Now, there's nothing going on in the Dixie chatter either. Let's see here. Tracy, much love. Hope you get good rest. Yeah. Bree Winters is here in Smitty. There's nothing to listen to and not much to watch. I'm wondering, should we just get some rest for the days ahead? Going back up to the top. I don't know if I missed any questions. Mark, thank you, mods. Good night. Yep, thank you for being here. Come back and see us. Yeah, I think you guys should rest while we can, because technically we may be working more than the fire crews.
Division Romeo on command.
I mean, not working like they are, but they normally, not under these circumstances, but normally, we're listening to Dixie again. They work real hard, but then they get a long time of rest, a long period of rest. And we're not. So rest is a big deal. Yeah, I think we should pull the plug for tonight. I'll transfer some files, upload some stuff to the cloud. And there's not anything to monitor. This is one of those blessed quiet nights.
16, Division Romeo on command.
Guys, how did it become 3 or 7?
Romeo, Brent 16, go ahead.
Has the air attack quiet tonight?
Negative. We got a pretty hard shift in wind direction. The south-southwest. Did that appear down there as well?
This is Dixie talking.
It did, but it wasn't too hard down here. We did have some of that, so.
I copy.
We better sign off
Brent 16.
before something happens.
Brent 16, go first communications. Just confirming, is it night air attack up tonight?
Communications, night Tennessee.
Tennessee East Communications, go ahead.
It's a line order when you're ready to copy.
I'm ready.
Brent 16.
And a half to 1 inch reducers and 100 1-inch nozzles to be delivered to DP 600 by 1000.
Portola had a nice sunset. So let's do that time lapse. It's kind of soothing. And sometimes it's hilarious at night when they order things. Night
I'm missing
music.
part of the order. I have 20,000 feet of 1.5 inch hose, 10,000 feet of 1 inch hose, 100 1-inch nozzles.
1.5 to 1 inch reducers.
Let me repeat this to you, Night Tennessee. I have 20,000 feet of 1.5 inch hose, 10,000 feet 1-inch hose, 100 1 to 1.5 inch reducers, and 100 1-inch nozzles.
We don't need gated wires. But anyway, yeah, DP 600 by 1000 tomorrow.
You mean later today or on 8/24?
Later on today.
No.
Have a contact, please.
I want a good camera that faced west.
Attack in a landline possible.
Camera that faced west would get a good sunset. Now, every night they order stuff like that, and when they do the lunches, that's hilarious.
Contact for Dade, Tennessee will be area code 97.
Okay, that's a phone number. That was a decent one. You know, the funniest order that we ever heard that night was, we need 30 lunches, 27 Gatorades, and 2 milks. Did they get? Yeah, we never found out though. They made several different orders and made sure it was 2 milks included. Did they ever get their milk? Did they ever get their milk? You know, we'll just never know. But that was a decent sunset. Okay, so I'll leave you guys with that one. The Pollock Pines cam is all covered in ash. Yeah. Fire got close. Today down by that little reservoir thing. Still got power. A lot of those are insects zipping out in front of the cam. Occasionally it's ash, but seems to be a light near the cam, and they're like, wee! We have a different one for the Caldor fire. We have another webcam. The slide park. Oh, wow. What exactly is that? This is live. It's not raining there, right? That can't be ash. Is it raining at Sly Park? It's not behaving like rain. It's behaving like falling needles and stuff. Look at it swirling.
16, you have traffic.
What the heck?
That's negative.
It's needles.
Last night off.
It's a mix of pine needles and ash. Oh. Can I enlarge this? Oh, the pizza factory. I've been to the pizza factory. We toss them there.
Coming over, they're gonna fly the whole area. If they give me last months, if they see anything, I'll just pass up to you.
Burger Barn.
I copy. It's mainly that east flank over there by the cinder cut off up there in the top of the tin res. That's our major you're concerned right now. It's we got a pretty good south-southwest push. It's not hard, but it's just with all the activity and the heat on the fire's edge, it's kind of pushing across the 10 road.
Yeah, that's frightening. The wind is whipping.
That's the check line or main line.
View our Camino webcam. Now we're listening.
With the small drone over here, and we were unable to locate anything, and their departure time is now.
Yeah, military drone over it as long as we need. I'll just pass anything to you.
Brand 16.
I'm going to share with you the link here. So here's Slight Park Cam. Slight Park Lake Cam is the one with the incredible whatever the hell we're seeing. Camera terms of use policy. Uh-oh, am I in trouble? Uh-oh. Protected by international copyright. Okay. Okay. Contact us if you have any questions on the agreement. I'm just going to pretend like I never saw this. Okay. If they have an issue, you know, they can go ahead and let me know about it. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm not trying to, you know, steal their copyrighted footage for my devious motivation here. So Placerville Cam. Yay, Placerville. That's dang good pizza. And we toss and we're awesome stuff. It's true. Camino Cam. I wonder where exactly this is. Some of this is wet. Is it ash mixed with water? I thought the really long streaks could be a lot of pine needles too. Alright, let's look at Windy. The heck is going on here? My Gmail address is in the description of the video. Could it be raining? Okay, we go to goat speed. That's 12 hours. Could be raining. Whew. It's a mix of ash, water, and pine needles. That'll be hard to get off your car. Wildfire ash is real bad. Real bad. For the car. If you delete that part, there's no issue. I hate doing that. You know, YouTube makes it incredibly difficult to edit a 12-hour stream. You just sit there and it says loading, loading, loading. And it's like, don't you have access to supercomputers? Ventura Sunflower says raccoons just feasted on eggs that were left out by mistake. Everywhere are the shells. Good for them. Oh man, the bandits. People that dope fabric airplanes should drink at least a pint of or whole of half and half an hour. Oh my god. Are you trying to make me ill? Ventura Sunflower, I'm home. Yay, welcome home. It took 2.5 hours. The 21A at Silver Lake was the heaviest smoke. How's it like? How's it like over there? I mean, how is it? Let's see here. Yeah, we do have to rest. I was just quite concerned about what we're seeing on the cam. Oh, a little bit of rain. How nice. Mixed with ash. And a lot of pine needles shedding like mad. This is what happens the moment you rake. A little bit of wind picks up and it falls down like this, and it looks like you did nothing, and you worked for 7 hours. Logan Rhino, when I was an aerospace dye welder, we drank a lot of Gatorade and no melt though. I regret drinking Gatorade before they changed the formulation, because you know what was in it? You know what was in Gatorade and Powerade? You know what BR is on the periodic table of elements? No, there's moisture there. The extremely long streaks are the pine needles ripping off the trees, and trust me, that happens whenever there's a little bit of wind. All these trees are distressed. The needles are ready to drop. They're half dead. Even more than usual in summer. So you get any jostling of the trees, you're going to get rained on this crap. There is definitely ash. Those are the finer round particles. And we definitely saw wet moisture on the lens at some point. Look at the trees and just you can kind of see them rip off in the back, little pom-pom things. I would love to hear this sound and go to sleep to it. I bet it's like a... And there's also kinds of tin roofs around. That is mesmerizing. It's just thwapping the camera. See, people have made a bunch of comments on YouTube, and I had to gently correct them. They saw a bunch of pine needles up against structures in Taylorsville, Indian Valley, and Indian Falls. And made comments like, well, these people were asking for a fire because there's pine needles all over the ground. Dude, when the fires come in high winds, that's like 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. These right here are less than 17, and you see how the needles ripping off live. It doesn't matter. I mean, in a lot of the mega fires, those are 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts or greater. Needles will rip off the trees and dump all over your house and the gutters up against everything. They will dump on the ground. They just shed needles like rabbit. You ever had a rabbit in your lap and it got off your lap? Yeah. You will have hundreds and hundreds of pounds of needles all over your property in just the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's bromine. Yeah, I was drinking bromine when I thought I was drinking a healthy sports drink as I was a little high school athlete, chugging down the bromine to make those colors for Gatorade. Frickin' bromine. Yeah. Hey, Urban Interface Living. Why Firewise is so essential? Yeah. You just can't have these over the top of your house for sure. You just get the hundreds of pounds of needles on the roof. That's just mesmerizing to watch. I think we need a soundtrack to this. Let's get a soundtrack. This helps me go to sleep, and this is what I recommend. Sorry, too much thunder in that one. Let's get something better. No thunder. No, it's not tinny enough. There we go. Oh, now they talk.
MQ9 overhead now. They're going to stay in the area. They said they don't see anything as of yet, but if they do, they will pass me the lat long, and I'll pass that to you. I copy.
I suddenly need a pizza. This ad has got me. Thank you for viewing our camera. We have limited the viewing time to 10 minutes. If you'd like to return to the return to the home page. No! I wish I could leave that on. Okay. Wait, did I close the rain one? Dang it. It does sound like hail, doesn't it? Okay. Let's find true tin roof. Unsatisfied. Don't like thunder? Nope. Come on. This can't be that hard to find. I'm a connoisseur of sound. It just doesn't match. We do need tinkles. No thunder. Alright, the quest continues. What about a tent? That wouldn't really go with what we're seeing, though. Dang it, thunder. No. No.
This week, let's enjoy some rain that I would...
Shut up. Okay, rain on a window, heavy rain on a metal.
This week, let...
Too intense. I look for light rain on a tin roof. I was in San Francisco once, and they had rain on a bay windows, and it was that slapping sound. It was delightful. Hey, here we have a winner. I'm going to eat my snacky. I'm still here.
very scratchy. Back, I can copy. How do you copy? Scratchy but readable. Your last long. Pull back up front. 334.580 by 121.13.833. Pull back copy 34.580 by negative 121.13.833. That's affirmative. Night Valley, Night Genesee on command. Night Genesee, go ahead. For a water tender, George? Copy. We'll take it. Not a huge need at this point, but maybe later here. So I think it's only night shift, but yeah, you can have it for a few hours. It'll be water tender 24. Okay, copy. We'll bring them down to the saddle. That's your station here. We're about maybe halfway or so, getting down on the east side, getting down a little further to the homes here. About halfway right now. And you guys working on V-Fire 23? Stay firm, 23.
For anybody who just tuned in, I'm actually playing a rain track to this, because we were mesmerized by this when it was silent. And we were all kind of worried about all these needles falling. All the long things, the streaks are needles. Little round dots are mostly ash. And we saw a tiny amount of rain hit the lens. But every time I checked windy, there is no measurable rainfall. It's spit. So while we do have some, this is the weakest of all precipitation. Just a little bit. This is dangerous. In fact, sometimes a little bit of instability like this, cool air meeting hot, can cause lightning, but we don't see any. But under the measurable rainfall, let's see here. Rain accumulation. There's nothing. Doesn't mean there won't be nothing ultimately, but, Let me go back to the webcam. I can't leave this on overnight. I'm going to turn the sound back on. It's called the Rain 3 Hours Gentle Rain on a Tin Roof. I just thought it was fitting, and since they're not talking on the radio and I'm not talking since I'm eating, I would play this track for you guys. Good to help go to sleep. And thank you guys so much for the well wishes. It gladdens our heart to hear support from other countries, Thank you. I have no way of refreshing this. I don't have a script that would move my mouse. You can't just auto refresh and see this. You have to click on the cams again. Otherwise, I just leave this on. Okay, once again, I'm playing a rain track so we can all go to sleep. Not meaning to deceive anybody. What I need to do is change this. While it is raining, it's not really, it's just spitting. Because I thought a lot of this was rain, but it became apparent it isn't. I'm changing it to it's raining needles and ash near pollock pines. Because I wrote that when I was a little bit more confused about the situation. No measurable rainfall, just spit. Playing rain track so we can sleep. There. So the rain track I'm playing, if you guys want to use that to go to sleep, is this. And I'll turn it back on in a second. But I'm at NOAA weather, okay? So I'm at NOAA weather right now. Pollock Pines 10-day forecast. Forecast.weather.gov. And it says current conditions, nearest weather station, Bald Mountain. Wind speed south-southeast at 1 miles an hour. And I said, BS. And I look over and it says last update 23rd of August, 3:36 a.m. BS, wind speed south-southeast at 1 miles an hour. What the hell's wrong? How do you just look at the nearest weather station and get an accurate read? I mean, am I reading this wrong? Is there something I'm doing wrong? I need a zombies movie recommendation for sleeping. Walking Dead, man. Walking Dead, that'll be soothing. I'm actually watching that a lot now. Yeah, it's just a soundtrack. The small particles that are round are ash, and the long particles are needles. We've seen thousands of pounds of needles ripping off the trees in front of this camera for more than 35 minutes. I have no idea how long it's actually been going. We were wondering if it was in a loop because there's so many needles hitting the trees and so much ash in it. It's not a loop. But this cuts off every 10 minutes, otherwise I just leave it on all night. And you have to not just refresh the page, you gotta click a lot of buttons. Yeah. So once again, how the hell do you find just current, like numbers changing by the moment, weather station reports? Surely this has to exist. You drive by them and you see these weather stations and a little windsock thing going, and so where do you find that? I mean, of course I could look at an app, but let me look. I actually like the latest stuff with The Walking Dead. There was some really intense stuff. I didn't like the whole prison. That was a big snore thing. But after that falls apart and they move on, there's some pretty intense stuff. Shakespearean-esque, you know, in The Walking Dead. And there's only one more season left. And I hated The Walking Dead. Like, if you don't watch it from the beginning, you don't understand, like, why the hell is this supposed to be a good show, you know? And I ignored it for years. And my Australian friend made me sit down and watch the first couple episodes. I went, oh. It's Game of Thrones, like, you know, you can't anticipate who's going to live, who's going to die, what's going to happen. And interesting new characters keep coming by. And departing in the most savage of ways. While there's a lot of recycling of the themes, there's enough shocking stuff to keep you hooked. Which, because I'm a saint, I won't spoil for you. And, I mean, I almost stopped watching a few times, that's for sure. Not all episodes are good, but then some are fantastic. And you go, wow, okay. Sometimes you can define that show as The Adventures of the Stupid. But it's a little less like that later. Yeah, the zombie makeup is something else. Some of that's incredible. I think the sewage zombies were the coolest. Yeah, those just really rocked my world. Then there was the ones that came out of the boat on the ocean. The beach zombies were kind of cool. They were like decked out in seaweed and stuff. And there were the let's see, what other zombies were there? I am resting. The only reason I'm watching this is because I'm eating. And I gotta take it slow or I'm gonna give myself some heartburn. You gotta be upright, you know, when that threatens. You gotta be leaning back in the chair, which I'm doing. Besides, I was told that for at least 1 hour a day I have to do something I like. I like chilling with my marshmallows. Now, the only thing I can't recommend about Walking Dead is the fire zombies, the one who, like, you know, you get the idea. So those episodes are not going to be good. I had this friend who, I interviewed him and we were friends. He survived an Al-Qaeda bombing. The Bali bombing. And I said, if you want to talk about that, of course I collect stories, it's what I do. Especially survival tales. I'm different. I don't like the gore aspect. You know, I'm not an ambulance chaser or want to shock anybody. But I want to try to help spread safety messages and save lives and any way I can. I can't be a first responder. My body is not good enough for that. But I think there's value in figuring out what goes on with survival tales. And well, bringing the story to people so they care about each other, you know. You can hear statistics and it kind of numbs you out and doesn't matter, right? Hey, Jake Connors, good morning. Oh God, it's morning. Yeah, I'm spending time with you guys. I like that. Here, have some s'mores. If you got a... Hey, Dixie's talking again.
Any other areas of concern? The winds have kind of subsided a little bit, so things are looking a little bit better. Will the drone stay up for the remainder of the morning? Affirmative. The only issue is no radio contact with them, so it will be just flat smog that they give me. We might be able to get a hold of them from Quebec on command from the ICP. Hey, copy. Yeah, just go direct to Quebec. I'm going to be heading in for pre-brief here shortly.
Okay, so that was Dixie. They had a little bit of wind that worried them on some front, and I couldn't tell where. They radioed into Romeo, which is by the 821 north of Janesville, but I don't know which place worried them. I mean, there's still that active fire by the Cheney Creek area thing. That's why I'm not too comfortable with that whole repopulation of that area. But I'm sure, you know, there's a lot of fuels that have burned in the area. It makes it less dangerous to be in than before. But yeah, good morning, guys. So going back to the story, my friend survived the Valley bombing. And we had the same insomnia problem. Kind of haunted by some things, although I've never gone anything. I haven't gone through anything quite like that. But we decided that we'd use the Stoic philosopher thing. You know, the whole... people are poo-pooing the old way of thinking about things. Could be worse. And when you tell somebody that who's already going through a hard time, sometimes they get pretty angry. And when you say it like that, you gotta frame it in the right way. But it's actually a good tool for kind of thinking, getting your head in a little bit better space of gratitude. If you can look at somebody in a worse situation, and then you imagine yourself trading places with that person, would you want to, if you were in their situation, would you be grateful and want to swap eagerly with you? So we had this weird mechanism of stress relief, or we'd watch this series called Air Crash Investigation, also known as Mayday. It's so eerie how this track matches up with the intensity of the needles falling around on the camera. At this point, I want to say, where are the needles coming from? Anyway. So, we'd watch Mayday, which is one of the best shows on television from comes out of Canada. I think they're in their 23rd season. And almost every single episode is good. Just following around FAA and other investigators, figuring out why planes crash. Smitty says, hey, thankfully it's a real slow, just waiting for AM briefings, 3 hours off. I'm about to retire. Yep, Smitty. And thank you so much for being here like a trooper. You've put in long hours. Thank you. Anyway, we'd watch air crash investigation. It's called Mayday in Canada, and it's internationally translated. You could find it. Amazon's got like the first season free on Prime or something. The rest you have to pirate. I mean, you know, pay for. That's totally what I mean. And it is so well done. It's like watching a little movie. And then there's interviews with, the investigators about how they figured out why a plane crashed. And then there's some really good episodes where everybody lives. And so the trick is, don't know anything about it. Don't read the synopsis. Just like set it up and play the episodes, and you won't know if everybody's going to live, everybody's not going to live, or is there going to be a miracle, and there's more of an exciting surprise. But since he had been through the Valley bombing, I had to carefully go through each episode real quick and make sure there wasn't any fire. There in Passold, it's been a naturally quiet night. We have our 11th straight nights of miracle midnight, where it's a lot more calm at night than it should be. Over here at Sly Park Reservoir, it's windy. But elsewhere, it's been so remarkably calm, they're hardly talking about the radio anywhere. It's pretty dang neutral. Wilford Heights seems to have survived the night. Low levels of activity across the board, sometimes so low that the cams aren't even picking up the fire, like there's some wispy smoke. They dropped a lot with nighttime aerial attack over by Omo on the Caldor. Seem to be okay. I mean, Omo Ranch Road's got flare-ups, and then it dies down, flare-ups, and it dies down. They were quite worried for structures. Here's the last 3 hours. Most of this is heat and not flames that we're seeing. But they seem to have had netted it here, captured it in between lines, and the aircraft helped them hold it. Yeah, Wraith Eternal, I do believe they're doing a lot of firearms. And yes, Smitty, you do rock. I second that. But we don't hear about it. They got a couple of go-aheads in random places, but they didn't quite specify. Whoopsie. Then as I was about to go to sleep, I realized I was terribly hungry. When you skip a couple meals in the early part of the day, they catch up with you at night, and I become ravenously hungry at night. And I skipped over to this cam by Pollock Pines, and we were like, is that rain? Whoa, the needles just turned off. What the heck? Oh, they're back. And a tremendous amount, just metric tons of needles were just ripping off the trees. There's a couple of rain spots on the cam. Well, we're listening to Dixie right now, and they haven't said anything about Genesee falling. So, Rita, I hope it's okay. But they're in constant patrol. They still can't do too much about what's going on the ridge above it. But no news is good news. We got the Indian Ridge cam. It showed pretty quiet activity as well. Where is Indian Ridge? Sorry, clicking around everywhere. Is it? I thought it was. Is it? That was Shasta Modoc, isn't it? Okay. I'll go back to the needles. Don't you guys worry. Nothing even showing on the infrared. Just nice, moderate activity. Yeah, no worries. I've been trying to go to sleep for several hours, but I have to relax to do so, and this is kind of soothing. Look at how it died down. So this is a real time cam, but I have introduced rain sounds so we can relax. Anyway, back to the story. I went through every single one of those aircraft investigation videos, and we kind of had this weird thought, you know. By the end of watching some episodes, we thought, you know what? We might feel kind of haunted right now, but at least we're not in an airplane with some sputtering engines being shaken around, lights flickering, lightning outside, over some ocean. You know, if you were in that situation, would you want to trade places with yourself? Yeah. Peggy Buchanan, the Weather Channel, says the Dixie Fire has blown up. What, like right now? We're listening to them. Last thing they said about 10 minutes ago was wind has died down. Do you guys see a problem? The other reply was, nope. Hey, come back and see us, Jay Connors. Yeah. Hey, Darren. What's the forecast for today? You've been watching from Tennessee? Well, the official weather guy on our last update from yesterday, around 7, which is his last day, and I'll miss him. He was a straight shooter. Said drier, milder. Drier, a little hotter, but milder winds. Now see, here's the problem. I can't just leave this on all night because you can refresh it. That doesn't work. You have to go clicking on the cams again. Wish I had a script. Oh, excuse me. That would do that for us. Yeah, you just gotta look for yourself, like. You know, if the fire was blowing up, why there are very few and mostly old hot spots on the satellite. They had flooding in Tennessee. Yeah, man, that's been crazy. Got no aircraft on it. But yeah, every time I get stressed out, I just watch a disaster show and think, man, at least I'm not, trapped in that train wreckage. And, or buried in an avalanche. Oh, I hope the camera lens gets clean somehow. Yep, the nightly miracles. Now at this volume, can you still hear me above the rain track? Or do I have to tone it down a little? Is the rain track loud enough? Okay. Cool. What do I have? A hot dog? Oh, I keep forgetting to buy ketchup. Yeah, we were hoping the Smelly Hippie, nice name by the way. We saw some rain hit the lens and got all excited. We've got a little bit of moisture on the radar, but it's blue. Smallest amount of moisture possible. Darren Pessold, 28 dead, 40 missing, 2 countries away from me, or counties, 17 inches of rain in 7 hours. Oh man. Tracy says I can hear the rain actually. I can hear the real rain track from here, yeah. Well, that cam is kaput almost. Look, there's actual real moisture on it and the needles got stuck to the camera too. Neat bokeh effect. In the 70s and early 80s, well mostly the early 80s, this little lens flare stuff was all the rage, called bokeh. And then it fell right out of favor because it looked so dang You know, the transition from the 70s to 80s with the weird feathered haircuts and Charlie's Angels clothing and stuff. Never really liked that look, but now it's all the rage again. So I'm going to declare this webcam a hipster. Are there 28 dead people on the east coast of the U.S.? Is that? Jeez. You see, I'm so fire focused, I don't even go to like regular news. I missed the Olympics. I'm sure they happened. I didn't see them. I was all geared up to watch the equestrian. I was so focused on these fires that people came into chat and said Afghanistan was falling, and I said, no way. What? See, on CNN, it just says crews work to restore power for tens of thousands as Henri drenches the Northeast. It doesn't even say anybody is dead. People are dead? Oh, in the weather.com, in the fine print, nearly 24 killed in Tennessee flash flooding? Jeez. Dozens still missing? Oh my god. You know, Rita, tinfoil hat was removed from the Play Store because of the developer not working on it anymore or something. So it should be a replacement. Let me see if I can get one. So here's our little cam. Hang on, did I say Afghanistan has fallen? Yeah. Taliban took over. Trying to evacuate people. A bunch of people clung to the wheels of the airplanes leaving the airport in Kabul and fell off as the airplanes took off and died. It's like Saigon. And somebody in chat was talking about that, and I was like, no way, no way. Good news, all's quiet. Quiet on the fires, and I'm gonna go find a hot dog. I mean, I'm still playing Dixie. If there's anything happening, I'm sure they'll pipe up on the radio. They had a little wind gust that alarmed them, and then they looked around and found out everything was cool. Yay. This is buying them some very, very valuable time. Hopefully this week will be milder as best case scenario. And they can really get ahead of things, make some strong lines, burn away the landscape in front of the fire. So when it reaches it, it doesn't have a lot to do. But if it goes north of Lassen, it could really threaten the old station, which I wasn't even imagining before. Oh my gosh, I found a couple strips of bacon. Oh yeah. They came with my pancakes the other day. I totally forgot. Ooh, raw. There's some old fire scar up there. I can't remember which one. And it'll be interesting. Interesting what fire will do up there, because there's a lot of... It's described to me as pickup sticks. The downed and dead trees and vegetation. And when fire chiefs and such say the word interesting, that's one of their understatements of the year. And this broke out down by Polga. I mean, it enters your mind that it could possibly travel long distances, but old station. Holy hell. Pretty incredible. It's gone to several different ecosystems. The Dixie Fire was in a hilly canyon, then it moved into a mountain canyon, out up in the mountains proper, went into high mountain meadows, high mountain valleys, reached a high mountain lake, crawled on top of a volcano, and went into the high desert. It's 5 different counties and 5 different ecosystems. Ouch. That's hot. You know what? I'm having Pepsi. It's 4 in the morning, but I don't care anymore. It's gonna go well. Here, you can all have some of my bacon. Plenty for all. You know, I like turkey bacon. It's actually pretty rad. It's pretty good cold. I once bought some ground turkey, thinking it would be a good chicken taco substitute. And it tasted like beef. Record scratch. Why does ground turkey taste like beef? Okay. It did not go well at all with the spices I put on it. Usually, when you're going to make a good chicken taco, you're gonna reach for the standard, the cumin, right? Wait, is it cumin? What is that spice? What's the chicken spice? Oh heck. It's gonna bother me all night and I won't get to sleep. I have to figure it out. Okay. I'm going to the spice rack. It's, yeah, it's cumin. It's cumin. Then you reach for a little bit of smoked paprika, right? A decent amount of garlic salt, but you know the cumin is most of what you need. Why is it cold in here? Jeez. And then, if you can find it, roasted chipotle. Take a dash. Shasta Lake. Okay. Now that was unfortunate. Excuse me. Now that was the #1 reason to get a new mouse, was to fix that double clicking. And what it just did is muted the microphone and unmuted it, and you all suffered tragically. Whoopsie. Totally gonna edit this out. Never happened. Yes, the reason I'm upright right now is because I have a little indigestion. I was like, oh yeah, I hit the mute button. No, perfect. Oh wait, did it just double click? Yeah. Well, you have played tricks on me long enough, Mouse. It is time for you to retire. Once and for all. Bad Mouse. Anyway, making the perfect chicken taco. The reason I babble throughout the night is that you have to say something, or else people tune out, because a lot of people can't look at the screen and they see nothing, right? Alright, that's gonna Shasta. Which one you want me to look at? The lake or like Shasta Can? Is there something cool going down there? Leave it in? No, I'm gonna totally edit that out. Jeez. Come on now. Somebody might clip that and that would be disastrous. Any particular cam we were supposed to look at? Tracy, welcome. Just looked at Spattercone National Park near Old Station. Wow, how awesome and beautiful. Yeah. Spattercone. Oh yeah, that thing. Now when that erupted, can you imagine? Oh god, that scared me. Oh yeah, this snow gets deep, smelly hippie. Like, I remember we were worried going up to our cabin by Eleanor. They plowed, and it was like going through a snow tunnel because the snows were about 13 feet deep, or 14. Sometimes even a little bit more than that. The entire lake froze, too. It was insane time. We were going to a party at a remote abandoned ski lift. I think it was west of Chester. And we chickened out. We were just worried that the snowplow tunnel thing, snow tunnel, was just gonna collapse on us.
Yeah, we've been planning for about
6,300 when we were trying to buy a house in Westwood, but yeah. I do believe that town needs like a wall. Maybe trim that vegetation back away from the town a bit, a buffer zone. Okay, I can't take that, so I'm gonna mute that. We're just gonna do with the rain for now. Rain sound. I imagined this thing, when it erupted eons ago, was like a giant bubble of mud, and it went. You know, Lassen has boiling mud. And you can walk out on the little walkway. I was telling people how terrified I was as a kid, because you look in there and it's just boiling mud, and you look at it and it's so cool. He goes, you see one getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it goes, and it pops. It goes. It's kind of mesmerizing. They grow real slowly, and then but the walkway completely terrified me as a kid, because you look over and you see this stuff. It's called bumpus hell. And it's right there, just splashing away. There's a pioneer named somebody Bumpus. They found this and went out there, and I believe he was on a horse who kind of stumbled, and he gets thrown into the boiling mud. They pulled him out, but they still had to amputate his leg. It just steams and smells like sulfur, and then they put a wooden walkway. A wooden walkway through it without any rails. Here I am being led around as like a 3-year-old. And my parents are holding my hand, and they turn around, and I kind of lose my footing. Ah! That's different. Yeah, the Sulphur Works trail. And it's got that little raised section, just perfect for you to kind of trip over. The Devil's Kitchen, I remember that one. All these streams and stuff look like they might be inviting and warm, like hot springs. And then there's little signs that say they're acid. Yeah, it's not going to melt your skin off right away, but you'll start to itch pretty quickly. Yeah, bump as hell. Now the lady who was with the Forest Service, her last name was Bumpus, and I kept typing that, and Google was censoring everybody who typed it. They thought that Bumpus was a bad word, and Butt Lake was a bad word. Butt Mountain was a bad word. And yeah, it's kind of unreal. It also thinks the word tanker is a bad word when we type in the airplanes. Oh, Rita W. says, as a child we lived in Westwood. My dad managed the roller rink. Oh, cool. I never managed to get over there. Not to the roller rink. But It's pretty dang cool up there. To feel like this is all on fire is just quite sad. But we have to remember this. All this blew up. I mean, in the turn of the century, this exploded with the mountain, and it's back, you know. It'll take some time. You know, I always wanted to go back and see Hot Rock. You guys know where Hot Rock is? It's a life goal now to revisit Hot Rock. Now, if you visit Hot Rock, please don't take anything. It's getting smaller as people try to chip away at it. I think I have a picture like this where I'm on top of Hot Rock. And there's a little sign that explains Hot Rock. Because there's a bigger picture. It's hard to find a big picture of it. Like before and after. Oh, there's a good one. These are all so old they're out of copyright, and I can show you Hot Rock. Just explaining the eruption. So here was before the eruption. They were just building a ranch here. Excuse me. Here's the original Mount Lassen. It is not Lassen Peak. Those geologists are wrong. It's Mount Lassen. All the locals will tell you so. First person to call it Lassen Peak in my chat, I will tell you to get out. But it blew its top and side off. This whole ranch thing was under construction. It erupted on May 19th, which is really weird because Mount St. Helens erupted on May 18th. But anyway, these are some weird old pictures. So, it's like the worst GIF uploads I've ever seen in my life. Like, when was this website? May 1989? Alright, here we go. There it was. And it rumbled and shook and blew little phreatic eruptions so often. I think people kind of left the vicinity. 3 geologists go to the top, and there was a phreatic, and they ran for their lives. One of them slid down the glacier like a penguin, and a black cloud of boiling whatever's in the cloud came at him, boiling air. And it like singed the boots, kind of melted the heels of his boots as he dove head first like a penguin into a snowbank. But it severely injured a guy who took shelter behind a little rock, and they had to carry him down. And then B.F. Loomis goes around with his little Model T or car or whatever that was, a touring car, and took pictures and left the vicinity and almost got himself blown up. Alright, you say peak one more time. No, it was just a phreatic eruption, but it was a very hot black steam cloud. And they observed it from Mineral. Mineral was the safe place to look at it. And so this little ranch thing was in the way, and I don't know what the little AB and all these little arrows pointing at stuff is. I guess we should go back and look. Figure 3. Area affected. Photographed by B.F. Loomis in 1910. Lost Creek. Debauches into the meadow at the break in the tree line. See the arrow, and it flows from left to right along the base of the ridge. below the fence line. Peaks labeled A and B are the same peaks in figure 2A. Okay. So there's a B.F. Loomis museum, and I hope won't get destroyed by fire, because I don't know if they have copies of everything. But he was the dude who did some of the earliest volcanic photography ever. There's Hot Rock. So this is the after picture. It's a terrible photograph because it doesn't show you the sky blends in with the white here. This is an ancient website. So, sorry, I zoomed in this too much. Hot Rock. There's a jeez. Going back to Hot Rock, it's probably easier to just show this. Here's one of the aftermath photos of whatever Al made. This, you can't copyright this. This is a long time ago, man. So Hot Rock was ejected. This giant boulder was ejected from the eruption. This is the obliteration of where the ranch used to be. And it was hot for days, and it took weeks to fully cool down. Nobody could go up and touch it. Thus, Hot Rock. And there it is today, sort of. And it was bigger, but people decided to chip away at it, right? And there's everybody in the world takes their picture in front of Hot Rock just like their, grandmother did. It's hard to imagine this thing was launched from a volcano that distance, but, well, it was. And the landscape has grown up around it. So much that you can hardly tell the eruption happened where it's at, because the trees grew up. Like today's Hot Rock, you try to line up the same photo like that, and you can't even see the mountain because of the trees. When finally the mountain stopped erupting, it was just sort of settled like that. But that was quite an eruption. I think that's the view from Red Bluff or Redding. It's pretty dang nuclear. It was doing nuclear mushroom clouds before it was cool. People are like, visit Mount Lassen? Is that a mountain? No, it's a freaking cool volcano that's still bubbling and venting and has sulfur and stuff. It's cool. There's still little rocks that it ejected all over the place over here. Everybody poses with Hot Rock because that rock is hot. Yeah, today it's hard to line up the photo. Wow, where is that? Where is that? Ahem. Yeah. Here's some of the ejected stuff and trees trying to grow in there. There we go. There's Hot Rock. I think. Yeah, probably. Okay. But how much of this is going to be left, we don't know. But eventually it'll heal. I mean, it blew up once. Yep, there's that boiling mud stuff. I can smell it from here. Now, when you first enter the park, there's this like walkway above the sulfur works. I mean, one of the main sulfur geyser things. And that's, if you approach from upwind, that's when you tell the newbie that it's an aromatic volcano, the only one in the world that smells like daffodils. And just lean over and take a good whiff. You have to wait for the clouds to come your way, but just lean over. It's really cool. You have to back up a little bit, because if your friend is gullible enough to go do that, they may just puke all over you. That's pure sulfur. Deluxe rotten eggs, despoiled cabbage. It's got a little bit of a whiff of, you know, carcass. I would describe it as like rodent carcass a little bit. Rancid butter. Maybe a bit of licorice that somebody left on the stove and burned. Or perhaps like cat hair that kind of singed. Nah, mostly rotten eggs though. But you know, little hints of those flavors. Yeah, there's hot rock. Alright, now let me see where is the BF Loomis Museum. Hopefully they evacuated it. It's somewhere random. It's a brick kind of structure. I'm already weeping over the loss of the Greenville Library, because every local library like that has some of like the handwritten or hand-bound and laminated books that like old-timers do. They did it for the bicentennial. It was a big national thing where the old-timers would remember their things around 1975, and they'd put it usually in local libraries, and I don't know if any copies survived of some of that stuff. But hopefully this museum will survive. I mean, it's brick, it's got a fighting chance. Now, where is it located? Let's see. Is it in the park? Yeah, he almost got blown up. He ran out of film, so to speak. I mean, it was glass plate negatives, but he had parked his really cool sweet convertible touring car. Yeah, for like this picture, I believe it was. He got that sweet picture of the Phreatic, and then left, and then this place got obliterated by falling debris, apparently. Where is it? Like, where is the location? BF Loomis Museum. TripAdvisor would tell me where it is. Okay. So we are listening to Dixie Fire. They're just not saying anything. Oh, it's over there. Well, I haven't heard of it being affected. Fingers crossed. By the little St. Bernard Lodge. Okay. I mean, the fire's been over there. Yeah, nothing survived from the Greenville Library. Okay, let's see if the Sly Park Lake Cam is still interesting. Well, we can't really see anything on that anymore. Now we got our rain back, yeah. Mark Williams says, good morning. Hey, good morning. Thanks for what you do. I have kids, grandkids up there. You're often the lone soul with a clue on the fire. Oh my gosh. That disturbs me in many ways. One question, do I ever sleep? Yeah. But, you know, when we saw flames marching towards Wolford Heights down in Kern County, all the sleepiness kind of left me, and I wanted to see if they survived, you know. Hang on a second, I'm going to eat bacon here a moment. And then we saw it appeared to be raining, and that was a head scratcher. A couple drops did hit the camera here, but then we mostly saw it was needles, pine needles, ripping off the trees, and very little moisture. And it's mesmerizing to watch. At this point, the pine needles are now stuck to the camera. It's good to see the lens is a little wet, but I don't think there's any measurable amount of rainfall. We keep looking at the radar, and then I thought about this good idea. Why don't I play a rain track so we can all kind of relax? Caldor had a little problem with last evening the fire got on the south side of the consumed. I think they caught it with their dozer lines. An aircraft was hitting it in the middle of the night, which was cool. 2 National Guard Chinooks, it appears. They were unable to really do much about the spot fire north of 50, but I don't think it's going anywhere. Yeah. Kind of got lucky that it hit light fuels and surrounded by rocks, I guess. Doesn't mean it won't move, but we didn't see it move. We had the Midnight Miracle, where winds mostly went to a dead calm. Except this happened just recently, but we're not seeing too much wind elsewhere. This one is Sly Park. Kind of by Pollock Pines. Now, if you want to relax to the rain track, this is one of the best I've ever found. But thanks for being here, guys. I'm just sort of battling because I haven't slept, and You have to say something. For the people who can't really look at the screen all the time. The pine needles are still coming down. I mean, we saw a blizzard of them. It was insane. Hey, that's the Dixie Fire. That was kind of cool, what we were seeing. It's kind of on away now. Here's the Camino webcam. Now, if it was really and truly doing anything but spit rating, I think we'd see a wet street, you know. This isn't that far away. Yeah, we were blown away. We just saw just thousands of pounds of needles dropping all over the cam. All the long lines were the needles, and the little dots were ash. Still coming down. Yeah, Tracy, jail, Butler, all those dead needles must be a concern. Yeah. It's also a concern, the general health of the tree, to be losing that much. Extremely drought stressed. Even if the fires didn't happen, we'd be seeing mass tree death if we just don't get some precipitation. There's plenty that are fine. Their roots are deep and they have access to the springs underground. There's a lot of water underground that we don't kind of know about. I mean, the eons of snowpack, snow melt, a lot of it just sinks into the soil. And goes deeper and deeper into bedrock over the eons, and then it fills up those deep places and wells back up. And that's why springs are eternal. They just constantly have water flowing out of them, because, you know, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years ago, the cavities filled with water and just keeps getting refilled by snowmelt. Yeah, aquaflow, yeah. But the young trees without the deeper roots probably really stress out. It, of course, depend on where they're growing. Okay. Sorry, I had to chew my bacon there. I just can't stop craving pizza. With this whole pizza factory ad here. That is the best place to eat. Deb says mine seem to be okay, but the roots too shallow. Yeah. Of course, when California floods with the massive snowpack and then a few Pineapple Express storms, the incredible snow melt there can refill all the reservoirs to flooding just like that. There's really not much in between the flood versus drought cycles of California. Every year where it wasn't a drought and wasn't a flood, we were just like, woo, yay! Dynaflow guy myself, what's that? Mark Williams. I just noticed that the View Our Camino webcam is pulsating up there. Like, it's animating. View Our Camino webcam. View Our Camino webcam. Clickbait. Okay. That's pulsating. View Our Sky Park Lake cam. That's pretty clever. It's a really subtle animation. View the Public Pines webcam. This website has a lot of charm. It's kind of old school, but I like it. The Loomis is at Manzanita Lake. Yeah, okay. Make sure you guys are live. I was talking about that quite a long time ago. Let me see. You're gonna go watch Seven? That's a great movie to relax to. I don't know. It is yeah, it is like a masonry museum. We were trying to figure that out, Julie York. I mean, I guess we could Google it. I didn't hear of it. I mean, they saved the Saint Bernard, so. I still don't know if the Lucky Ass mining town is okay, or the rest of Seneca. I mean, they said that we lost the lookout tower in Lassen Park So I'm sure if something that important had been lost, they would say something about it. Yeah, the loads of snow. When I tell people snowpack of the Sierras is insane, they're like, huh? I'm just gonna Google that. Plumas County heavy snowpack. It doesn't even give us any good images. It was a lot more like driving through a tunnel than like on a road. Yeah, so that Mount Lassen, we were terrified when we were driving around and stuff like that. I mean, it's really like going through tunnels. When people are like, why don't they plow all the roads? You don't understand. Like, you don't understand. Why don't people spend the winters up in the mountains? You just don't understand. Look at it. You know? I'm sorry. That. Well, that's actually Japan, isn't it? What the heck? But it happens. Ooh, this looks cool. Alaskan County's Biz Johnson Trail. Oh, I guess they tore up the tracks. That would be a fun to-do list thing. I like seeing pictures of snow right now. Do you? Oh, yeah. That's the Blue Lake. The impossibly blue lake. It seems to always have snow. Hey, Julie York. Mine too. I spent the summer in Lassen working at a kids' camp. My heart is breaking. Thanks for the channel. Yeah. Dave H. Good morning. Good morning. Polian horror mystery relaxes me. Yep. You know, there was a cool ghost movie. A B movie, but like a real good B movie. about a haunted submarine. God, what one was that called? Something like U-571. That's a good spooky one. My favorite movie is Ghost Ship. That is rad. The opening scene with the wire. Oh my god. The music video flashback scene with My Little Box. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've got some pictures of me by this thing. This is I think it's calcium chloride. Makes it this blue color. This is the side of the volcano that did not blow up. That one is traumatic. Oh yeah. What got me was the hook, though. You know. I wanted to see Greyhound. Wasn't that with the Tom Hanks? Where he's like a merchant marine and there's U-boats. Don't spoil it, Polian. Gee. Well, they did that trick in The Walking Dead. They did the wire thing, and I was like, hey, that's from Ghost Ship. They massacred a whole herd of zombies that way. I want to see penguins. So there's a Phillip Island penguin cam. And there's a penguin parade every night. And they count the penguins in Australia. And they answer all of your penguin questions. It's on YouTube. It's usually about 3 in the morning Pacific or 2 in the morning. And it is so soothing. Oh, they're not live right now. They were 3 hours ago. But if you ever want to watch this is a great thing at night. And they're doing their count. The penguins come in every night. Yeah, there they are. And they waddle waddle. They'll answer all of your penguin questions. Live, just like I do. You know, you got your chat replay. It's very soothing. Except when it's in car sick mode like that. When they run past the, gosh, she's really into zoom. Oh, there's a cute one. There's visitors on the other side, and they can sometimes see them through the glass, and they're like, huh, is that a person? Yeah. I just want to pick one up and kind of pet it. And this is like the best nighttime entertainment. Yes. And you can bet on them, you know. I wish they were wearing little numbers so that you could have less arguments when you wager. I had a gun drawn on me once over the penguin race bet. That wasn't cool. If they only attached little like saddle cloths to them with numbers, then there would not have been an argument. But I shouldn't have been in that saloon anyway. It was a tough room to play in. hard drinking, hard gambling on the penguin races. You know, you gotta be able to take care of yourself. Like, it's like entering a mosh pit in the penguin gambling dens. It's full of seediness and corruption. Dark underbelly of our society. But every day they run past this little observatory. It's really cool. I don't really know what they're doing, actually. Like, if I was a penguin, I'd probably be like, I'm on shore. Think I'll just chill on the beach, maybe take a nap for the night. Look at that one. You know, running through mud and stuff. Uphill. I don't know. I don't know why they do it. Maybe there's free food over there. But the reason we're watching penguins is we're listening to, yeah, penguin pandering is a shame. Is that we're listening to the Dixie Fire and just nobody is saying anything. Fingers crossed, it's all nice and quiet. But anyway, I do recommend the penguins. That's their link. You can subscribe to them and know when they go live. What is this? Lava Subway Cave? Is this something about Mount Lassen I didn't know about? Wow. This is cool. Lava Subway Cave? So it's just a picture? They're not going to tell us how to get there? Yeah, Tracy, little penguin thing, yeah. I find it adorable that... Oh, what's his name? He's Sherlock and Smog the Dragon. Benedict Cumberbatch can't say the word penguin. Is this like YouTube stream of him struggling to say that in a script? I don't think it's an act. I mean, it could be. There's some geese. And he says penguins. Alright, I'm gonna Google this. Lassen Lava Subway Cave. Cave. Subway Cave. Operational hours are dawn to dusk. Does it really matter inside of a cave? If it's light outside? April through October. Wow, fire danger very high, and there's Smokey the Bear over there. Yeah, you could say so. Explore the underground world of a lava tube. The self-guided trail is approximately 1/3 a mile long, and the cave is completely dark, so don't forget to bring a flashlight. Wear sturdy shoes. A light jacket will ward off the chill, as it always remains a cool 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Neither hard hats nor crawling is required. No pets. Devil's Half Acre. It's next to Old Station. Huh. Yeah, that is the perfect temperature for cheese, I believe. I wonder if the pioneers put cheese in the cave. There was a lot of dairies in the mountains where they would be located in a really odd location until you realized that there were caves underground, like near Mount Adams in Washington. and then they would usually drill from the top like some sort of a manhole and put a staircase down in, and then have the cheese down there. Pre-refrigeration. Man, I want the snow like right now. Let's fast forward to this. Oh yeah. Ah! Jeez.
Power stop. Solid. 12.7 volts. Open circuit. Alkaline.
Alright, that's it. I'm muting that for a bit. That gave me a heart attack. That is the battery testing of the weather stations. Now what is this? Is this Lassen? Oh yeah, that was one of them. The that cave there. I mean, Old Station is not too far north. Every one of those little weird peaks is mostly one of the little volcanoes. It's the same hot spot, really, but as the plate tectonics move around, the location of the vent changes. And at some points, I think the magma found different routes to the surface. It's been there for eons. Now that is a cool egg rock thing. That's a bump as hell. Look how delicate that is. That is Mount Lassen. No wait, that's Brokoff. Yeah, that's the Brokoff volcano in the background. Okay. Just kind of nearby. It's a, yeah, Brokoff volcano is a glacially eroded remnant of a large stratovolcano that formed about 600,000 years ago. At its peak, the volcano may have reached a height of 3,350 meters. Glacial erosion of hydrothermally altered rocks at the core of the volcano has produced a very large central depression. Huh. But what about this egg thing? Could you imagine if that was a big thunder egg? Cut it open and there's a crystal. I want to see this thing now too. Okay. We still can see nothing really on the cams, which is great. Lots of smoke dampening stuff down. Moderated fire activity. Yeah. It really is a hidden gem that most of the country just don't know about. Wow, is that the moon? This is our current Sierra at Tahoe. That's one heck of a space age 70s ski lift, man. Did you know they used to have ski lift buses on some mountains? I think at Mount Hood they had one. Did they ever have that near Tahoe? I wonder if they did. I mean, that's what that reminds me of. Like the Jetsons, yeah. It's a rad thing that the ski lift bus. The rise and fall of the Mount Hood Aerial Skyway. Space age, man. Not kidding, it was real. Did Tahoe or anywhere else have stuff like that? I mean, it's brilliant. Good way to recycle a bus, you know? In January 1951, the Mount Hood Skyway tram climbed for the first time from below Government Camp to Timberline Lodge. It was the longest of its kind in the world and attracted the attention of newspapers, magazines, and newsreel producers on its preview voyage. Despite the excitement, the tram was short-lived and ceased operation only 5 years later. What? Okay. What happened? Unlike shorter, lighter lifts, the Mount Hood Skyway with an I, because with the Y it presented a copyright issue, lol. Perhaps unwisely operated with 2 modified city buses, outfitted in Portland by Willamette Pointer. The buses each used 185 horsepower gasoline engines to haul the bus to a stationary 1.5-inch diameter cable. And technology also used in timber operations to haul logs out of the woods. There's more than 25 miles of cable being hauled up the mountain. Equipped with streetcar-style streets that flipped to allow passengers to always face forward, each bus had a capacity of 36 riders. The customized bus cost $40,000 each, compared to $16,500 cost for a similar passenger bus, and guzzled 7 gallons of fuel per trip. What? Okay, elsewhere in the world, trams use no fuel and work on gravity. So you have a weight that goes downhill, and then the passengers go up on the other side. Okay. So, no wonder it failed. When finally hung on the cables, the bus's incredible weight resulted in a 25 minutes long slow trip up the mountain. Each bus, therefore, could make 1 round trip per hour, moving only 72 people per cabin. Not a very profitable business model. Well, did they do the math before they erected this? Oh, this is a meme. Also cutting into profitability was creating the complicated route for the line that began in the lower terminal building that held a restaurant and a snack bar below Government Camp and clear a clear path to the west side of Timberline Lodge. The company hired the Forest Service veteran Volley Reed in 1948 to head up 2 cutting crews that worked from either end of the route with the idea that they'd eventually meet in the middle. And Reed later altered the plan when it was discovered the crews were not in fact cutting a straight line. When the crews finished 2 years later, 2 years later, the work began on installing 38 steel towers to hold the miles of cable necessary to run the tram. So I was asking, did they have these things in Tahoe? And I'm guessing no, that this is just one stupid idea that Oregon had. I'm not up early, Havoc. Shut up. I'm still awake. Despite significant snowfall in 1951, the Skyway tram was packed for its first run with representatives from news outlets. The bus was laboriously pulled up to one side of a tower to coast quickly down to a low point before climbing the next. Newsreel footage even captured the Skyway in motion. The tramway crippled its way through 5 years of marginal operations before suspending in 1956, to quote Bill Keel, a Timberline Lodge publicity manager. I guess the answer is no, guys. Oh, this music.
55 miles east of Portland is fabulous Mount Hood, 2 miles high. It's great country for skiers if they can get up there, for clearing the roads to the summit is a tremendous job. But vacationists can now board a bus for the Mount Hood Skiers Paradise. With comfortable seats and plenty of room, the bus is like almost any other bus, except for one small detail. It flies through the air with the greatest of ease. Unless you insist on walking, you take the skiway, the longest and largest aerial tramway in the world, to the top. 2 years of work went into building this timberline trolley. On a web of cables, it climbs 2,100 feet in 10 minutes. At the summit, the passengers disembark at $2 million Timberline Lodge, built by the federal government in 1937. Some are experienced skiers, and some are just getting their ski legs.
So, if you recognized it, yes, that was in The Shining. The exterior here was where the very end scenes were. Now, the interior was filmed somewhere else, but The Shining, you know, the movie, this is the lodge. So.
And some are just getting their ski legs. It's skiers away down Mount Hood's snowy slopes. Thanks to the skiway, here's one place where it takes longer to come down than to go up.
Okay. So the reason we were looking at this stuff is we were trying to find nice images of snow and cool things to relax. And when I saw this, I thought, you know what? This reminds me of the bus. I was asking, did Tahoe ever have a ski bus like Mount Hood? And I think that's a definite no. That was just a really stupid idea that originated in Oregon. Wow. But that's your dawn. Check out Cave Campground, Hat Creek Old Station. Yeah, lava tubes. Hey, Bolt. Now, we were mesmerized by the fact that it appeared to be raining. It sort of was raining, or is raining. We saw the dumping of so much pine needles all over this camera. It was mesmerizing. Yeah, see, there's a little moisture on the lens, but nothing enough to affect the fires, I don't think. And it was silent, like so. So I decided to add the rain sound. But we saw the dumping of thousands of pounds of pine needles. Hey, there's Placerville. Good morning. Havoc has some good news and maybe interesting. Okay. Go ahead. Present your interesting news. What was left of Grace reformed in the Pacific into a new system. And Henry is basically dead over New England. Okay. We heard about the horrible situation in Tennessee. That's just god-awful. Oh, man. Mark Williams says, think I recall hiking with my boys way back, miles of them, possibly. Yeah. Three winters I may have fallen asleep at my desk a little bit. Yeah. I was kind of kept up by a persistent heartburn situation. So I tried to stay upright in my chair. Consuming bacon was probably a bad choice. But it was good, you know, in a way. But I'm feeling better now, to the point where I can lay down. Mark Williams says, very hot day and cool lava tubes. Easy to remember. Yeah, it's always 46 degrees in there. There are some ice caves. I mean, there's a cave called Ice Cave by Lassen. I've never been to it, but Mount Adams has ice caves. Stalactites of ice. So bad but so good, yeah. Strange thing is it got better after I ate the bacon. Oh well. But let's turn. Ah, they're talking on Dixie again. The battery test is over. Let's hear what they say. Cool, that'd be nice to have a vacation, Havoc. This on Facebook. I was hoping the cam would be here on Facebook. Oh. You know, there's Ape Cave by Mount St. Helens. That's a pretty good one. Three Winter says I can go back to my volunteering job this week and work in a school library. That's cool. They're still not saying anything really on the Dixie Fire here. I'm going to switch over to Caldor and see if they're saying anything. But that was like hours of silence after they broke off the air attack. This is a really cool webcam. Now, we thought Wilford Heights might be a race last night, and it seems to be okay. Best I can tell. There's a bloody sunrise. Or strawberry, I should say, really. But the fire is up in the hills over here. Wilford over here. Pretty cool. I was gonna go to bed at 9 p.m. when I was tired, and then I don't know how it's 6 in the morning, but when we saw the fire was headed for Wolford, I kind of woke way up and like, oh wow. It held steady. Irish Rose, welcome. I once asked my grandson if he knew where bacon came from, and he replied, I sure do, the grocery store, yep. Comes in a package. This is down here in Kern County. Wolford Heights dodged a bullet, and they worked hard to save it. That's so wonderful. Just low, moderate fire behavior, pretty much across the board. Now we can tell. It's weird looking. It's a strawberry morning. We found that somewhere near Mount Lassen is an egg-shaped rock that's kind of tilted. It's kind of neat. Winter says, I'm definitely coming back to enjoy these cams when the fire is over. Yeah. They're really cool. Sometimes there's eagles and stuff that sit on them. One time I looked at these cams and there was a vulture sitting on one. I think it was over by Calistoga when I was covering the glass fires. I thought, oh, that's neat. I kind of like vultures. They're so... And the next frame was the vulture leaning forward, characteristically tail up, kind of tensing its body up and just shooting one out the backside. I was like, vultures are so majestic. Ew. So you do get some bad camera images, but mostly when the birds are on them, it's pretty cool. I was just making a statement, of course, about how vultures aren't that disgusting, and well then. Yep. Oh, do you guys watch the California condor cam? That little hopper is ready to fledge. I was watching the albatross cam as well. 24 hours a day, live streaming on YouTube. I wonder if it's ready to fly. Albatross sit there for like 6 months. Chicks just sort of sit there. I'm gonna like that video, by the way. There's a California condor cam. Usually have to go back to like the previous day because they're asleep now. And sometimes the cam gets stuck, which really is a bummer. I think it's stuck. Dang it. I wanted to show you the chick that sort of hops around excitedly. Because they need to test their muscles at this stage of the game. The chick plays with feathers and kicks it around and hops and flaps. And it's adorable. And I didn't realize that condors and vultures, they sleep on their stomach. That's not going to show anything right now. Oopsie. But they're really cool. Like here's a flashback scene. One day I check out the cam and that chick is face down, face planted, sprawled out on its stomach, and I went, no, it is dead. And I found out they just sleep like that. They just sprawl, face planted in the dirt, snoring. And it sort of kicked in like having a dream. It's like, oh, thank God she's alive. But dude, who says these are ugly? Come on. Majestic. Nothing prettier than that. Dude. Move over, eagles. Come on. That is beauty. Yeah, shake it. Work it. Anyway, these are the parents of the chick. Oh, there's the chick. He now has a lot of feathers, of course. One day, I was looking at them and they were playing feather keep away from the chick. The chick was trying to get at the feather and the parent just grabs it and keeps it away. The parent reaches for it. Chick reaches and the parent moves it. He reaches and moves it. Yeah. Mark Williams just returned from 5-state North California to South Dakota. Not the fire damage for lack of repair that burns millions of standing bird trees in every state. Yeah. I don't know. Standing dead snags are not good on landscape. Oh. Look at that little boo-boo. But yeah, the condors sleep face down. Yeah, I gotta find an image. It's just kind of like, what? On their stomachs, maybe it's... Well, do they sleep? Yeah. It was the oddest article, but apparently hundreds of concerned viewers were calling up saying, the condor chick is dead. The condor chick is dead, and that's just what they do. This is not showing an image. Maybe I just Google condor chick sleeping on stomach. Now we are listening to Caldor fire ops. They're just saying nothing. So no news is good news. It was one of the more remote one of those random facts websites, you know what I mean? Oh. No aircraft, of course. Yep, a little bit of rain on the cam. There's Pollock Pines. Placerville's cool. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, yeah. Okay. So, I don't think we have enough mods for manning the show while I'm asleep. It's quiet. This could be a quieter type of a day as far as the fire's probably concerned. Maybe similar to yesterday, but I'm not sure. But good morning. How's everyone? Everybody. Hey, Thomas Elmer. I stayed awake with some heartburn, so I'm gonna take off now and go to sleep. But dodged a bullet, the midnight miracle. Winds died down very greatly on most of the fires. Wolford dodged a bullet and is still there. Did a nighttime tanker action by Omo Lanch. At Dixie, they had a little bit of a wind pickup, and they're like, "Is everything okay over there?" And you're like, "Yep." So no issues that we could hear. The Shirley 2 peak cam is pretty interesting. Yeah, we just checked that. Yeah, we just did a time lapse. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so sorry that this probably should be when the stream is beginning, but that heartburn was something else. And I took a poll and the mods want a break. So we gotta save ourselves in the more mild days for what's to come. So I imagine I'll check back in the evening with the stream. But I'm gonna just try to sleep and catch up on rest best I can. And I'll try and take a look at my computer, upload a bunch of stuff, and we'll be right back with you guys. Okay. Thank you all for coming. So sorry to be going in the morning, but gosh, that was some heartburn. And I'm going to pass out now. But we had a quiet night, thank goodness. I hope this will buy them a lot of time to make their lines. We had delightfully little, expanding growth. We saw them defend a lot of structures around the Grizzly Flats / Sweeney area and Omo Ranch area. We don't know if they saved everything, but they sound like everything was going good. Oh, hey, Husker, hey. Yeah. Sorry, we can't continue 24/7 exactly as the goal is, but that's kind of a tall order, really, especially since I've been doing this for weeks. So a couple breaks will do me good. Just gonna tune out the world with some earplugs or maybe some rain sound. I hope you've been entertained during the most of the relaxo time. And good luck, everybody, and you stay safe. And remember, the charity link is at the top to donate to people who will surely need it. And I'll be back with you tomorrow. Good morning, guys, and have a good day. I love you all. Stay safe.